guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Never gonna come down from above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Test, test. Do we have a working mic now? All good. Judges mic. Test, test. Judges mic. All working? I could tell the knock-knock jokes that the Pee-wees told me. Why did the cow go to the concert because it likes music. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our final day of the Showcase 2025 National Junior Shorthorn Show. And we're thrilled to have kicking us off in the ring our Pee Wee Calf division. So this is Class 1A. A couple of updates in your program. 102 is a scratch, but we have added 125 Rebecca Stevens with her calf Cloverleaf Nora 2N. And we welcome to the ring our judge for today, Jeff Stump. Thrilled to have Jeff come up from Kansas to continue with his judging today. He and his wife Stacy did a terrific job yesterday with showmanship, and Stacy's been given the day off, and Jeff's going to continue on today with our confirmation.
Good morning. It sure is fun to be back again today, and I think we're starting off the show in a great way with some of our younger exhibitors out here showing off the calves and showing off some of their newly learned skills. I don't think we're going to be placing the calves today, but I'd sure like to describe them for the young people and thank each and every one of them for coming out into the ring. Young man's a little roan heifer calf at the front here. Awfully young, but we start to read some things in her. I think that she looks fairly correct in her skeleton. She's feminine. I think a lot of future there in the showman and the calf. Young man will have a fun time with this one as they go on. Boy, I really like this white bull calf coming in next. A lot of rib shape in this calf. A lot of base width and dimension to him. That'll be a fun one to see go on down the road. I could see this guy really being a nice part of a breeding program for somebody in the future. But again, a lot of things can happen. There's a lot of days till he hits a breeding age. But boy, what a nice bull calf. The roan heifer coming next, well, a little extra muscle compared to some of the other calves in the class. A lot of dimension up through her hip, some high rib shape in her. I like her length, like her soundness. Really nice kind of a heifer calf. Maybe not as deep in comparison to her length as a few of the others out here, but boy, the young man's got a really good one there. And then our last exhibitor through the ring here in our first class of peewees, dark roan heifer that's really striking from the side. I like the extension that she has from her shoulder forward. Really like the set that she has to her back leg and the hip. Maybe not as powerfully muscled as a couple of the other ones, but boy, calf that's got a lot of future. Please give every one of these people a huge round of applause. We got a great set of young exhibitors.
Congratulations to our Pee Wee Calf Division. Great group to kick off the competition. Today we had Marshall Ormiston with Windy View Noreen Carla, Madeline White with CLL Vanilla Ice, Logan Hargrave with Hillhaven Breathtaker Susie, and Rebecca Stevens with Cloverleaf Nora 2N. Well done. Now entering the ring is our Pee Wee Yearling Division. So this is our second group of Pee Wees, the ones that are showing yearling heifers. And there are no changes in your catalog list for this competition.
Got another great class of youth exhibitors in here of some of our youngest that are bringing out some bigger cattle, bringing its own kind of challenges for the young people, but they're doing a great job. I think the heifer that we have that's up there at the front of the line, she gets just a little plainer in her look compared to some of them, but has a lot of functional pieces. Nice big rib cage, not quite as stout out of her hip, but still has plenty of length to her. A lot of function in that cow, just maybe not quite as many of the more overwhelming absolute pieces of some of the other calves. I like this moderate framed roan heifer next. I'd sure like to extend her a little through her front end, get her a little more feminine look about her head. But boy, what a nice, easy doing look and a nice, soft built female. The young man's heifer next. Length sure isn't her problem. She's very long spined. I'd maybe like to see her tie a little neater from her shoulder into her neck, but a really high quality heifer that again has a lot of utility, a lot of usefulness to her, gonna make a really nice kind of a shorthorn cow for the young man. Darker roan heifer coming in next, just really rugged in her design. I love how much width she has through her chest floor, base width behind. She's really got a lot of rib cage in her. Just again, maybe not one of the more striking heifers from a show ring appeal standpoint, but boy, I tell you, there's some nice pieces in there. Gonna be a good cow, gonna be a nice functional breeding piece. Next red-necked heifer coming around that our young exhibitors bringing out here, doing a really nice job with a heifer that's a whole lot bigger than what the kid is, but a heifer that has that does have some more of that show ring look to her. She's really big outlined, a little bigger framed heifer. Not that makes her good or bad, but it sure is to notice. A lot of performance in her though. Really a striking heifer. And the heifer that the young man's bringing out there that was the last one to walk into our class, there's an exceptionally high quality heifer. There's a couple out here that maybe are a little longer strided. I think she takes plenty long enough of a stride to call her sound, but I like how long and level she is out of her hip. Love the design of her shoulder and her front end. Really a feminine, striking female. Young man's leading a really good one out to conclude our class. Again, give all of these Pee Wee exhibitors a huge round of applause.
And thanks to our Pee Wees for kicking us off in such great form here today. Congratulations to Georgie Miller with Miller's Verna Memory, Brinley Whalen with Prospect Hill Princess Mirada, Colton Monroe with Holland Lane Famous Millie, Jose Belanger with Windy View Mabel Cathy, Claire White with CLL Keep the Faith, and Logan Hargrave with Hillhaven Breathtaker Alley. And we now have entering the ring our first open division, Class 2A, heifer born in 2025. And this is the first split of 3 splits we will have in the heifer calf division. Just a reminder to everyone that we have Innovation Media here. They are very proud to be the official photographer for the Shorthorn Showcase. And you can find their photos, both the candids and formal shots, at innovationmedia.ca. They're terrific shots, people. Take a look at them. I saw some of them already last evening. Beautiful pictures representing all the events going on here. Also, I should say that Stacy is happy to take formal pictures at the backdrop here at the bottom of the ring.
Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
We start off our open class. I think we've got a really nice set of heifers from top to bottom. A little disparity in age here with the older heifers being Februaries and the younger as Aprils. At this point in their life, that's a fairly large percentage of their age when we talk about a couple of months between them. So size probably isn't quite as dictating of a factor. But the young lady's heifer that we're going to lead off with, I do like the performance in her. I like how bold and stout she is. Probably one of the bigger footed and bigger boned heifers of these if we're kind of thinking of where they're going to end up down the road. Like the way that she carries her spine when she gets out and moves, fairly relaxed. The really loose structured heifer of the class is probably in second. And given this heifer's size and her age, and the width through her chest floor and her undercarriage, kind of gives us a little, what we hope is a little bit of look into the crystal ball of her future. Heifer that's going to have some productivity to her, have some base width, always going to have that skeletal width that works. And I love the way this heifer gets out and moves, really flexible off of both ends of her skeleton. Young lady's heifer coming out in third. One that when she stopped, I really like. What a big, bold rib cage. But she gets a little more upright in her shoulder, and we kind of see that in the carriage of her spine. She wants to hunch up just a little bit in the middle of her back when she gets going. The young lady does a great job of showing her. When she stops, I love the extra volume of this heifer and the really pretty look and the femininity that she has up through her front end. Rounding off the class with another really long-spined feminine heifer, not as deep in relationship to her frame as some of the ones ahead of her. A lot of time down the road, though, hopefully she'll kind of come into that as she goes. 4 high-quality heifers to start off the class. We can give those exhibitors a good round of applause.
And our winner in that class is Edmund Nearly Perfect, exhibited by Ava Noonan. Second place to DFCC Kylie Nora, exhibited by Charlotte Craven. Third, Holland Lane Verona Nixie, exhibited by Emma Lehman. And fourth, Glen Isla Nikki Moo, exhibited by Ava Den Haan. Reading from the top down, 111 was 4, 112 was 2, 113 was 1, and 114 was 3. I'd like to say thanks to our ring people here today, Carissa Bai and Rex Crawford, who are helping our exhibitors get around the ring and in place. And big shout out to Mike Wood in the back end here in the marshalling area, getting everyone organized to come into the ring. In the ring now, we have split 2 of our open division heifer calf born in 2025. We have 1 added entry in your program. It is number 180, Edmund Nostalgia, and it is exhibited by Ella Noonan.
Well, we have a very diverse set of January calves. The young lady's roan heifer that's going to be out here is going to start the class off. It's just, she's the most complete. When the young lady gets her out on the move, I like the way this heifer fits together. She's sure not the highest performing heifer in the class. We've got a couple more that are going to be, they're going to have some more pounds to them, have some more grow to them, but I like the proportion that this heifer has, the proportion of her depth to her length, kind of in relation to her frame. Really flat-shouldered, a bold center body, a little bit trimmer than a couple of the heifers in here, and I'll live with that little more modest size to get some of the correctness and femininity that this heifer has. The white heifer coming around next, you judge them on the stand. I think she wins the class quite handily. When the young lady sets her in motion, though, she wants to get a little higher in her top, drop her neck just a little bit, but what a big-boned, big-bodied, stout-built heifer. A lot of look up through of her front end. I like the stout head that she has, just a lot of feature and a lot of outward shape to this heifer. The red heifer coming around next, if you like extra performance and extra length, boy, you tie into her pretty quick. Compared to the two heifers above her, I'd like to deepen her up a little bit, but I think she's adequate in her rib shape. I really like the added muscle that she has, the muscle definition, not quite as level from hooks to pins. Another really high quality heifer in third. A more modest sized heifer again coming here in fourth. The young man's roan heifer is one that does have a lot of body. Not built quite as nice from her hooks to pins as a few of them ahead of her. But I really enjoy the way that her neck looks coming out of her. Gives us a nice look. A really stout heifer. Would just maybe like to level her up a little bit as we watch down her top. And the young lady's heifer coming here, another one that might get a little more tight in her spine. I think we can see why when we analyze her through her shoulder. She's a little more upright in the angle of her shoulder. But another quality heifer with a really nice look through her front end and some extra width from her hooks to pins. Red heifer coming around next reminds me of a little of the one we had up in third. That red heifer as well was really long spined, had some muscle definition. This heifer isn't quite as stout, gets a little coarser in the way that she ties her neck into her shoulder and breaks a little off the front side of her loin. I do like how flexible she is when she gets out and moves off of a really big foot. That'll be a nice functional cow for the young man. The roan heifer the young lady's bringing us next, one that gets just a little more nondescript in shape coming out the back side of her shoulder. She flattens in her forerib, a little deeper in her chest floor, maybe kind of wants to run back up into her flank, but another stout built heifer, plenty of muscle in this one. It kind of shows in a little bolder, rounder shoulder though as well. And rounding out the class, the young lady brought us a nice extended kind of a white female that has a lot of performance, has good reach off of her back end, but gets a little more upright in her shoulder, and I just really like to deepen her up in proportion to her frame. Nonetheless, another high quality heifer to round out a very competitive class. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Congratulations, our winner in that class, Windy View Nellie Duke, the entry of Brielle Ormiston. Second to WCC Bobby Skirl, the entry of Carly Watson. Third, Croftdown Peach, the entry of Felicity Groves. And fourth, Northern Kimberly, the entry of Jackson Dubois. Fifth, to Cloverleaf Natasha, entered by Charlotte Cox. Sixth, Windy View Nancy Reddy with Emerson Ormiston. 7, Tibbs Premier Tallulah, the entry of Alicia Volks. And 8, Edmund Nostalgia, the entry of Ella Noonan. Reading from the top down in your program, 115 was 4th, 116 was 2nd, 117 3rd, 118 1st, 119 6th, 120 5th, 122 7th, and 180 8th. We now have in the ring our Class 2A Open Division Heifer Calf Split 3. We have one scratch in this class, number 125, and we have one addition, number 178, Holland Lane Kiwi Nectar, the entry of Dawn White. And following this class, we'll be bringing back the top 2 from each of these heifer calf division splits for our champion open heifer calf. One more addition in this class, number 104, Hillhaven Breathtaker Susie 5N, the entry of Logan Hargrave. Our judge today, Jeff Stump, grew up in northern Indiana, where participating in youth livestock programs was a big activity of his. He had a great enthusiasm for quality livestock. After showing sheep and swine, he decided that cattle were going to be his focus, and we're glad he did. He was involved with college judging and capped off that career with a win at the National Western Carload Contest. He started his livelihood as a herdsman at Fisher Cattle Company in Grand Bend, Kansas. He had many successes there with notable wins at the National Western Stock Show, the American Royal, and Louisville. And he was recognized as the American Shorthorn Association's Herdsman of the Year. He now has a Angus herd, and we're pleased to have him here today with us to do the judging for this junior competition.
I think this is an exceptionally deep class of early January heifer calves, and there's a lot of quality all the way through this class in different ways. Really like to land on this young lady's heifer that starts off, though. I've started to talk a little bit about length, about rib shape, heifers that have some muscle, that are proportional and that get out and move. I think this young lady's heifer is just exceptional. She's really got a nice look through her front end, and it goes into a really big center body. Great place to start that class. Come around second, there's a heifer I think follows her fairly handily. Another really feminine type of a heifer. I like the way that she is built out through her head, has a little bit of width in her eyes, but still a lot of femininity. Not quite as nice out through her hip as the heifer that leads the class. Maybe doesn't have some of the extension, but another very high quality female. The red and white marked heifer that comes around next, I love how complete she is. She looks like a very cowy type of an individual. Gonna have a lot of body to her. She's a little slicker haired than some of the others, and this time of year I sure say that that's probably a good thing. But I love the honest rib shape that she has in her, the extra foot, very high quality heifer in third. Coming around next, the young man has a heifer that gets a little bit plainer, a little more nondescript than the heifers ahead of him. but tremendous length to her, and when you get right up on top of her, there's just a lot of width. I would sure like to relax her spine a little as she goes, but a lot of flexibility when we look at her from her knee down to her foot in the front, and then her hock to her pastern in the back. Really a beautifully presented heifer the young man's bringing out for us next. One that gets a little more short when we look at her from her hooks to her pins. Just not the extension, wants to roll her pins under a little bit as she goes, but nonetheless a nice wide-built heifer. The young man's done a really nice job of showing her off. I love this white heifer on the stop. We get her a lot higher in the class. But when the young lady asks her to go, she just wants to get kind of tied up in her shoulder, a little tighter in her back leg, and turn her back feet out a little. One that just I'd like to loosen up on both ends. I think if we do that, we'd relax her spine. But boy, what a nice look up there through her front 1/3 of femininity that we like to see in our shorthorn females. A little more compact, sort of a heifer coming around next that gets a little rounder in her hip. The young man has one, though, with a lot of rib cage, plenty of bone, but just gets a little more round off of both ends and wants to just get a little tighter round when she sets in motion. And we're rounding off the class with a heifer that still has plenty of quality to her in a lot of ways. Nicely balanced heifer that just wants to try to drag her head down a little more on the move, not quite as loose as structured, and doesn't have kind of some of the show ring appeal of a lot of them ahead of her. But nonetheless, this is a tremendous class from top to bottom. Give these exhibitors a round of applause for their January heifers.
And congratulations to our first place Holland Lane Calista Nicole, the entry of Ainsley Fraser. Second, Holland Lane Dancer Natalie, the entry of Amelia LaRoque. Third, to Northern Harmony, the entry of Paisley Dagg. Fourth, Tibbs Augusta Premier, the entry of Ryan Volks. Fifth, entry 104, Hillhaven Breathtaker Susie, the entry of Logan Hargrave. Sixth, to Holland Lane Casey Nage, the entry of Eloise LaRoque. 7, to Casey Hot on the Spot, entry of Blair McClashen. And 8, to Holland Lane Kiwi Nectar, the entry of Dawn White. Reading from the top down of your program, 123 was third, 124 was fourth, 125 was a scratch, 126 was 7, 127 was second, 128 was 1, 129 was sixth, 178 added entry was 8th, and 104 added entry was 5th. And we welcome back into the ring the top 2 placings out of each of our splits in the Open Division Heifer Calf, born in 2025. Welcoming back 113, 112, 118, 116, 128, and 127.
A beautiful set of shorthorn heifer calves in the ring right now. I hope that you as the crowd can really appreciate what a nice little herd this would be out in the ring. Really good heifer calves. Let's give them a big round of applause. think judging calves can be very difficult. When I get out here and look at them, I try to look at them from the standpoint of which ones I would want to take home and feed for my daughter to show. And you know, sometimes those aren't necessarily the biggest featured. They're the ones that I think have the most future. And I think there's a lot of future in these calves. I think that there's a lot of great fundamental pieces. I'm going to show you the two that I like for this division. I think that we saw a lot of really good ones both in the ring now and back at the barn through the course of it. Again, give these kids a big round of applause. I'm going to go show you a champion in reserve.
And congratulations, our champion open heifer calf, number 128, Holland Lane Kalista Nicole, the entry of Ainsley Fraser. Reserve open heifer calf going to 113, Edmund Nearly Perfect, the entry of Ava Noonan. Congratulations. We are now moving on to Class 2B Open Division, yearling heifer born in 2024. And our first split coming into the ring, there will be 6 splits in this competition. We only got... And we do have one scratch in this class. Number 130 is a scratch.
kind of a contrasting pair of heifers between the white and red and white females here. I like the added rib cage in the young man's white heifer, and probably a little nicer look up through her head for me. I'd like to change the structure of her hip and hind leg a little bit, ideally, but nonetheless, a nice deep-sided heifer to start. Young lady's heifer coming next. I would like to see more dimension from her hooks to her pins, smooth her out a little down her top. But boy, I do appreciate the extra length of spine that she has compared to our class winner, and a little trimmer, fresher look up through her chest floor. But a nice pair of heifers that certainly have some differences between them. The young folks are doing a nice job with them. Let's make sure and give these kids a round of applause. We want to send all of them out of the ring that way today.
And our first place in this class goes to CBF Pixie Sticks, the entry of Dell Wilkinson. Second to CBF Flirtatious, the entry of Valerie Brenning. Goes. Entering the ring now, Class 2B, our open division yearling heifer born in 2025. And this is split 2.
I think there's two really high quality heifers at the top of this class, and they quite honestly couldn't be much different. The young lady spotted heifer that's going to lead out, you don't make females more massive than her with that kind of foot, that kind of bone, and that kind of a rugged look to them very often. They can still get out and move fairly well. Every once in a while, I'll catch her wanting to catch at the ground just a little bit, usually when she's kind of tied up. And ideally, I'd like to neaten her up a little bit up through her crest to give her a little more of a feminine look. But what overpowering rib shape, heavy structure, foot and bone, really kind of just a brood cow prospect to win the class. I like the complete feminine heifer here in second a lot. She has a lot of width from her hooks back and her pins to the ground compared to some of the other heifers in the class. She's loose structured. I think you tie her a little higher coming out of her shoulder, give her a little more mass to keep up with the heifer ahead of her. And boy, she comes right up to the top, but that's not to take away from a very high quality, complete type of a nice red heifer the young man has in second. Kind of a problem heifer coming in third for me. The young lady's roan heifer on the stand has the kind of rib cage and mass, the extra foot and bone we see like in the class winner. She just gets a little more uncoordinated off of both ends when we set her in motion compared to those heifers ahead of her, but nonetheless a highly presented, really elite looking heifer coming around in third. Another really feminine heifer coming next. I like how up-headed she is. I like the look that she gives. I want to soften her in her flank, though, relax that angle of her shoulder to get her out going, and just open her up a little more compared to some of the heifers ahead of her in class. We've got another really nice, complete red heifer coming in next. The young lady's brought us one that flattens out quite a bit more in her stifle compared to the heifers ahead of her, but nonetheless a heifer with some width in her chest floor, a really flat shoulder, nice feminine look in that female. The roan heifer coming around next has a little extra rib cage compared to a few of them this low in the class, but wants to narrow up at her pins into the ground. Just a little narrower based heifer, a little harsher look in her underline than some ahead of her. The young lady's heifer giving her the trouble on the halter here coming next. Here's a female that's a little more moderate in her size, looks like an efficient sort of heifer. I wish she wouldn't fight the halter quite so bad to get her out and see how she really does want to travel for us, but nonetheless a wide skeleton heifer, really nice moderate frame little female. And rounding out the class is another feminine heifer from her shoulder forward. Gets a little more compact in her frame score for me compared to the heifers ahead of her. But nonetheless, the young man's rounding it out with a very efficient looking cow prospect. Again, please give all these youth exhibitors a nice round of applause on a job well done this morning.
And congratulations goes to BLM Mave 3M, the entry of Abigail Chevalello. Second place to Glen Rothis Clara Raven, the entry of Justin Liberty. Third to Shady Brook Valentine, the entry of Madison Bott. Fourth, Maple Key Marble, entered by Lillian Campbell. Fifth, Glen Rothis Rosewood 12M, the entry of Heidi McFadden. Sixth, DJL Quintessa 2M, the entry of Maddie Surrett. 7 to Shady Brook, Carolina, the entry of Hudson Grayton Miller. And 8 to Ironwood Miss Ivory, the entry of Morgan Gilpin. Reading from the top down of your split 2, number 133 was 7th, 134 was 2nd, 135 was 8th, 136 was 6th, 137 was 1st, 138 was 4th, 139 was 5th, and 140 was 3rd. Now in the ring are split 3 of Class 2B, and we have 1 scratch in this class, 144 is a scratch, and 1 addition, 184 Holland Lane Blossom Mimi 7M. The entry of Catherine Bosberg. Thank you, Jim.
Have a real interesting trio of heifers here to lead this class off with. The young lady's red heifer that I'm going to lead with, I think, is the heifer that kind of combines some of the other two. I think she has a little bit more true width to her than the red and white heifer in second, but I think that she also has a little bit more look to her, a little more structural correctness than her heifer in third. Just a really nice, complete kind of heifer. I'd maybe like to smooth her up a little bit through her neck and up into her poll. Nonetheless, I like the way this heifer gets out and moves. She's a muscular heifer for her frame that has a lot of foot, really good bone. The heifer coming next is a little finer featured in terms of foot and bone compared to the heifer above her, but really flat-shouldered, very feminine up through her front end. I think she gets out and moves around the ring really well. She just flattens out by comparison when we get behind her. Not as much stifle to her. One that I'd like to open up to make a little more beef cow power in her. There is some extra power coming in the young lady's white marked heifer here coming around next. A lot of length, a lot of width. Just gets a little bit coarser compared to the heifers ahead of her, but nonetheless, I think that's a high-quality female. Wants to roll a little off the top of her shoulder, but one that's going to be a really nice brood cow. I think next we have two heifers. Go ahead and pull her around too. That I would like to loosen both of these up in terms of their structure. I think structurally they're very similar. Both get a little shorter strided, a little more restricted off of both ends. I maybe like the feminine look, a little extra extension the young lady's heifer has, compared to the roan heifer that gets just a little bit more compact. Nonetheless, a pair of heifers that have some good in them, but I'd sure like to free up when they get out and go. The young lady's bringing us a heifer around next here that has a tremendous amount of length of spine, just gets a plainer look to her compared to some of the heifers ahead of her. Not quite as nice in the balance, a little deeper in her chest floor, but boy, what a tremendously long-sided, long-spined heifer, going to produce a lot of pounds. We got the young, dark roan heifer the young lady's bringing around now. Another one I'd like to soften up in her flank, give her a little more foot and bone to keep up with the heifers ahead of her. Probably a little bit of a disadvantage in terms of performance in the class compared to some. And we're rounding out the class with the young lady's roan heifer. Gets a little jammed up in her front end, a little more compact in her head, and I think that shows throughout her body. A heifer I'd sure like to trim up and give a little more slope and angulation to her shoulder. Nonetheless, another great set of kids brought us some really nice heifers. Let's give them a big round of applause.
And first place in Split 3 division goes to Glenrothes Rosewood 6M, the entry of Jessica Davey. Second to Cloverleaf Meredith 8M, the entry of Amy Shepard. Third, Holland Lane Blossom Mimi, the entry of Catherine Posberg. Fourth, to Gableton Farms Mindy, the entry of Brooklyn Olson. Fifth, to Gigi Lily's Majesty, the entry of Grace Den Haan. Sixth, Glenrothes Rosewood 7M, the entry of Clara Carey. And seventh, CBS Sharona 5M, the entry of May Norton. 8 to Prospect Hill Princess Merida, the entry of Sakura White. Reading from the top down in your split 3, 141 was first, 142 was sixth, 143 was fifth, 144 is scratch, 145 is 7, 146 is 2, 147 is 4, 148 is 8, and the added entry 184 is third. Now in the ring, split 4 of our yearling heifers, and we have one scratch in this class. Number 150 is a scratch. And of course, the show cannot happen without the support of so many generous sponsors. I'd like to say a special thanks to our platinum sponsors that are listed in your catalog. Bender Shorthorns, Head for the Hills Shorthorns, Hillhaven Shorthorns, Ontario Shorthorn Association, Breen's Lumber Inc., Tim Hortons in Lindsay, which has generously been providing breakfast for everyone here, and Toramont Cat, which provides us Jim Murray and a bit of equipment to go with that. Also like to say thank you to our gold sponsors, Prospect Hill Shorthorns, the Macquaries, Boulder Land and Cattle Company, NJM Shorthorns and Simmentals, Gableton Farms, Glen Sinclair Auction Services, Glen Rothis Farm, Saskatchewan Shorthorn Association, Martin Farms, Flight Path Shorthorns, and Shady Brook Shorthorns. Big thank you to these wonderful, generous sponsors.
Well, there's three tremendous heifers that sort to the top end of this class, and I think that there's some give and take that you can take in. And the young man's heifer that started off, probably the first thing I'd like to do when I look at her would be to trim her up a little bit. She's the fullest through her brisket at this stage of the game, but at the same time, I love the depth. I like her flexibility. I like the look from the side. She's really up-headed. She's really attractive about her front end, really long and level from her hooks to her pins. A lot of heifer there, a lot of quality in a really good heifer. Young lady's heifer coming around next. I could tidy her up in her navel a little bit compared to the heifer ahead of her, and if she wasn't fighting the halter, it could be a little different. She wants to get just a little rougher moving out there out of her shoulder, but boy, what a big volume, stout built heifer, a lot of body, a lot of cow power in that one. And the young lady's heifer coming around next, I love the elite look. From her shoulder forward, she's so flat from her withers down to the point of her shoulder. She has width in her chest floor. I wish she would move with a little more coordination off of her back leg when she gets going. But I love how long she is from hooks to pins. I like how square she is out of her hip, the uniformity of width. Really nice angular sort of a female. Like I said, power her up a little bit to get up with those two and get just a little more sure-footed off that back leg today. That's an awfully high-quality female. I don't want to take away from the dark-roan heifer in fourth. I love her length. I like the femininity. I wish we could loosen her up just a little bit off both ends when she goes, just a little more upright in her joints. Same with the heifer coming around next, but doesn't have some of the added body that the heifer ahead of her has. But nonetheless, a tremendously long-spined heifer, a lot of foot under this rugged-built female. The young lady's red heifer we're coming around with next wants to get a little down-headed, a little plainer look compared to the really classy-looking females ahead of her in class today, but still really rugged, has some muscle shape to her, another good-footed female as well. And we're coming around, rounding out the class with a red-necked heifer that gets at a little bit of a performance disadvantage, but more than anything wants to cut up into her flank, kind of funnel into her stifle there in her back leg, and get a little more awkward on the move. I do like how feminine she is, though, about her front end, how flat-shouldered she is. Let's give another great set of exhibitors a big round of applause.
And congratulations to Shady Brook Rosa, the entry of Nicholas Dempsey. In second place, AFBF Margie's Dream Girl, the entry of Kara Doggett. Third goes to Glenrothes Rosewood 1M, the entry of Heidi McFadden. Fourth to Coldstream Annika, the entry of Hunter Perks O'Neill. Fifth to Cedar Grove Marigold, the entry of Ben Gilpin. 6th, Windy View Moneymaker 15M, the entry of Amelia Ormiston. And 7th, Windy View Secret Melody, the entry of Haley Moyer. Reading from the top down in your program for split 4, 149 was second, 150 is a scratch, 151 is fourth, 152 is fifth, 153 is first, 154 is seventh, 155 is sixth, 156 is third. In the ring now is split 5 of our open division yearling heifers. We have one addition to this class, number 170, Coldstream Mistress, the entry of Grayson Perks O'Neill.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Sure have an interesting set of cattle coming to the top of this class of females. I think the one that leads off does so rather easily by doing the most things that some of the other heifers do, maybe not to the extreme, but not doing anything wrong. A really long-spined heifer with plenty of muscle, has some look up through her front end. For my taste, I would maybe like to see her just a little deeper bodied, but at the same time, I think the outward shape in her rib cage, the width in her chest floor, sure says there's enough body on a really long-spined, elegant built female. The young lady's heifer coming around next, I would like to see her move, just track a little truer, maybe be just a little looser on the go. You could tidy her up in her navel, but boy, there's a lot of cow here. She's just absolutely massive. But when we have that extra mass, I think we can see her getting a little coarser up through her crest as well. Nonetheless, what a lot of rib cage, a lot of muscle, a lot of good in a very heavy structured female. The young lady's heifer coming around next may not balance up as well as the ones ahead of her, or have the extra width, the extra dimension out through her hip. But if we drop her flank a little bit, fill her back a little bit there, really like the feminine look she gives through her front end from her shoulder forward. The roan heifer coming around next is exceptional from her shoulder forward and really long. She dries up in her flank though and runs out of some center stifle, wants to get her back two up under a little bit when we set her in motion. Gentleman's red heifer here coming out next. One that I would just like to see get out and move a little bit better. She's not as good a footed as a few of the ones ahead of her, and I think we see that when she gets out to travel, just hits the ground a little more awkward and a little shorter and choppier in her stride. Gentleman's roan heifer coming out here. I would like to smooth her up down her top line. She wants to get a little high on her center spine and break off the front side of her hip. Nonetheless, it's a high volume, big capacity kind of a female the young man's brought out for us. Gentleman's red heifer here coming that he's bringing around now, a little lighter featured in terms of her bone and her foot size, has a nice depth and proportion to her body, but one that we'd just like to power up and give a little more performance to get up to some of the heifers ahead of her. Gentleman's heifer next has a little bit of that extra bone, but really flattens out in proportion to her skeleton in terms of her muscularity. And rounding out the class is a lower performing heifer that still is plenty long, a little bigger footed in proportion to her frame size than some of the heifers we've seen above her. Probably still going to make a nice rugged, more modest framed, easy doing cow for the young lady down the road. Again, all these exhibitors deserve a big round of applause. They're doing a great job for us this morning.
And congratulations, our first place in that class goes to Shady Brook Red Spice 18M, exhibited by Abby Staples. Second to Hall Haven Rose, the entry of Callie Moore. Third, DFGI Annika Margot, the entry of Olivia Marley. Fourth, JWM Raggedy Ann, the entry of Elizabeth White. Fifth, Cedar Grove Miss Cumberland, the entry of Ethan Black. Sixth goes to the added entry Coldstream Mistress GM, the entry of Grayson Perks O'Neill. Seventh, Windy View Madonna, the entry of Cameron Ormiston. And eighth, to Windy View Maybell, the entry of Tyler Kellett. Reading from the top down in your program for Split 5. 157 was 7th, 158 was 8th, 159 was 1st, 160 was 9th, 161 was 3rd, 162 was 4th, 163 was 5th, 164 was 2nd, and 170 was 6th. And we now have in the ring our final split 6 of our Open Division yearling heifers.
Nice set of heifers, and I think they fit together really nice. These top two kind of contrast in their type a little bit, but they're both really good. The gentleman's heifer that's going to lead the class so neat through her chest floor and her shoulder and up through her front end, but blends into a really big rib cage, has some extra width from her hooks to her pins, and has just a lot of style, a lot of elegance about her when we look at her, when they get her set up out here. That's a very high quality heifer with a lot of nice look, a lot of good in her. The young lady's heifer coming around next probably can take a longer stride than the heifer ahead of her, but gets a little coarser down her top line, wants to kind of punch into her from hooks to pins just a little bit, doesn't quite have the rugged look from her in her bone work or in her show ring appeal, but I love the muscle. The center body in this heifer is just excellent. A really, really good cow prospect. Young man's white heifer, we're bringing her around next. I love the added extension, the length, the look of performance that she has. I just like to make her a little softer centered, a little stouter to keep up with the two ahead of her. Nonetheless, that's a good looking white female. The red and white heifer coming around, another extended heifer, a lot like the one ahead of her, maybe a little rounder in her rib cage, which I like about her compared to the white female, but not quite as nice of a design out through her hip. Maybe gets just a little bit lower in the way that she wants to carry her neck coming out of her shoulder, but I love the length, the added rib cage in this red and white female. The roan heifer coming next, I like the design of. She's feminine, she's long, she's parallel in her lines, just runs out of that third dimension and extra horsepower of the ones ahead of her, wants to flatten out, but I love how up-headed she is. The young man does a great job of getting that one presented and shown. Gentleman's heifer, next around, I'd like to trim her up through her crest. She gets just a little bit more terminal looking up there through her front 1/3 and a little plainer about her head, but does have some extra width and dimension to her. I think you trim her up in terms of her condition, it helps some of that, but still there's a heifer that's going to go out and be an easy keeper, it looks like, on down the road. And we're winding out the class with a heifer that wants to harden into her flank a little bit and just gets less coordinated when we move off of her back end. It gets a little looser up there in her hip and has a little trouble with the placement of her back legs. Still, that's a heifer that has a lot of skeletal width to her, has some extra rib cage, and has a nice look to her. Just like to see her get out and move different. Well, one more time, we sure need to give these kids a nice round of applause. They're putting on a great show for us this morning.
And congratulations, Hill Haven Breathtaker. The entry of Logan Hargrave comes to the top of the class. Second to Flight Path Gladys Millie, entry of Sydney Martin. Third to Tibbs Augusta Pre Snowflake, the entry of DJ Lawrence. Fourth, MCC Alice, the entry of Mackenzie Nunn. Fifth, Red Rose Flash First Lady, the entry of Owen Daw. And sixth, BLM Melody, the entry of Alexander Chavalello. 7 to RBCC Jane, the entry of Abby McMullen. And reading from the top down in your program split 6, we have 165 sixth, 166 second, 167 is a scratch, 168 is fourth, 169 is third, 170 is a scratch, 171 is fifth, 172 is seventh, and the added entry 110 was your winner, placing first. We're now welcoming back into the ring the top 2 entries in each of our divisions for the open yearling heifers. And so we're welcoming back entry 113, Edmund Nearly Perfect, and 112, DFCC Kylie Nora. 118, Windy View Nellie Duke, and 116, WCC Bobby's Girl. 128, Holland Lane Calista, and 127, Holland Lane Dancer. CBF Pixie Sticks and CBF Flirtatious. My apologies, I was reading some of the heifers there. Sorry about that. I will start again with 132 CBF Pixie and 131 CBF Flirtatious. Number 137 BLM Maid, and number 134, Glenrothes Clara Raven. Number 141, Glenrothes Rosewood 6M, and number 146, Cloverleaf Meredith. Number 153, Shady Brook Rosa, and number 149, AFVV Margie Stream. Number 159, Shady Brook Red Spice, and number 164, Hallhaven Rose, and 110, Hillhaven Breathtaker, and 166, Flight Path Gladys Millie. So these are our top 12 animals in the open division yearling heifers.
Let's give a big round of applause on a great division of heifers these kids have brought us. I think there's a lot of different ways that you can go out here. There's a lot of high quality heifers that contrast a little bit in type and kind, but not all females need to look exactly alike to be good. It's kind of finding the parts that you like, the parts that work for your individual herd, and what your opinion falls toward. And today, my opinion is the one that I was asked for, and I'm going to go out here and give another look at these heifers. I think it kind of comes down to whether you want a little more mass, whether you can live with one that's a little heavier conditioned, whether you want some more extension and a little more elegance. I think that there's some heifers in the ring that surface to the top, but boy, there's just a lot of good ones all the way through. Again, give these kids a big round of applause. I'm going to go out here and take another look and let you know the two I like.
Congratulations to our champion open yearling heifer, number 110 Hill Haven Breathtaker, the entry of Logan Hardgrave. Reserve goes to number 137 BLM Mave 3M, the entry of Abigail Chevalello. Congratulations. Entering the ring now, we have our open division 2-year-old female with calf at side. We have 2 entries, 173 in your book, and the added entry 198, Edmund Lacey.
Two really high quality pairs in here in our young cows. I think there's minor things that split the differences between them. I think they're both raising tremendous calves. This is an awfully high quality heifer, one that'll be a lot of fun to see another year down the road. And when we think about them back to the productivity of the cow, I like the udder suspension on this cow a little bit better. I think she's just a little more rugged in terms of her foot and bone compared to the cow in second. But boy, this pair on their own, how high quality. Really, really nice pair of females. Be a lot of fun to see what the younger one does in production and how many more of these good calves our cow has down the road. Cow coming around next, she may get a little plainer looking compared to the cow ahead of her, but my gosh, what a bull calf she's raising. I just love the stoutness of this guy. That one's going to be a herd bull down the road, and she's doing a good job of raising them. While we could maybe tighten up the suspension of her udder a little bit, she's given a whole lot to this bull calf. Obvious that she's a milker. That's a whale of a pair, a cow that's really doing a nice job of producing what looks like a future breeding piece for that herd. Give these pair exhibitors a nice round of applause. Those are impressive cattle.
And congratulations to our winning entry, Edwin Lacey, the entry of Ava Noonan. Second place goes to Windy View Luna Bell 3L, the entry of Cody Staples. And now coming into the ring is our open division mature female with calf at side. And we have 2 entries in that class. Again, a reminder that Innovation Media is here. Very proud to be a photographer for our events all week. You can see images and videos on their website, and they are available for purchase. The images can be found at innovationmedia.ca. There's some great shots there if you get a chance to look. There's already some candids up there. Great pictures of our youth in all the activities over the past few days. And Stacy is very pleased to also take formal pictures at our backdrop.
Our mature cows sure don't disappoint at all when we come in with them. What a tremendous couple of pairs that these young people have brought us. Gentleman's cow that he's leading out here, I like how big outline she is, the upheadedness, the femininity. And she's, again, raising a really high-quality heifer calf at side, one that'll be competitive down the road. And I like to see what this cow does in the future. I think both of these cows, I like the teat size and placement on both of them really well. Look like they have a lot of longevity. Boy, what a nice, big, easy-doing cow raising an exceptionally high-quality heifer calf. I don't want to take away from Gentleman's Redneck Roan cow next. Really a good uddered, feminine sort of a cow, really flexible on the move, and she's raising a big, powerful bull calf. I think that, you look at the percentage of pounds that she's going to wean. That's pretty impressive on a really feminine, really nice built, modest framed cow. Really high quality pair, and I think ones that these young people are going to have a lot of fun with in years to come. Lay the foundation for some great cow herds. So let's give them another great big round of applause. They've done a nice job showing us some good cattle.
And congratulations. First place goes to DSC Meg, the entry of Nicholas Dempsey. Second to Windy View, Katie Perry, the entry of Mitchell Ormiston.
I would guess that all these young people don't get too tired of going out and checking pastures if they have many cows at home that look like these. This is a tremendous pair show, and I think any one of the four sure bring a lot of value, a lot of usefulness to the shorthorn breed and to these young people as their operations grow. I think there's a few minor differences that, for me, it comes down to in these. There's a little give and take. I like the carriage of the spine, the way that the spotted cow out of our first division moves. I like the added length and the doability and the teat size on our cow out of the older division. I'm going to give them one more look around here and kind of enjoy looking at good cattle for a minute. Why don't you guys give them a big round of applause while I go out and make my decision in your pair show.
And congratulations to our winner in this class. Overall senior champion goes to the entry 175. DS Meg 2047H, the entry of Nicholas Dempsey, and our reserve to 198 Edmund Lacey 2L, the entry of Ava Noonan. And our judge, Jeff Stump, is now going to select his grand champion in our open division. So we're welcoming back our champions.
As we look to select the champion female here in our open division, I think we've seen a lot of great cattle through the ring. The kids have done a great job. I think your youth in Canada here in the Shorthorn Association, they're getting a lot out of the association, but boy, they're the reason that so much is given to it. I've been so impressed with the quality of the young people's attitudes, with how courteous they are, and with what great hosts they are for me and my family coming from out of country. These young people have been great. The cattle, they're fantastic to look at. This has been a lot of fun for me to sort through them. I can get going out here just walking around looking at calves because it's what I like to do. And whether we look from the beginning of this lineup clear down to the end with our mature cow, boy, what a fantastic set of shorthorn females and what a great representation of the breed for your country. Let's put our hands together for all these. I'm going to take a little look around and I'll show you your top two of the day.
And congratulations, our champion is number 110. The Hillhaven Breathtaker, Ali 4M is your grand champion. Your reserve, number 137, Belle M. Maeve. The entry of Abigail Chevalello. Moving on now to our owned divisions. We're starting off with heifer calf born in 2025. We have a few scratches in this class. 176 is a scratch. 178 is a scratch. 180 is a scratch. We have an added entry, 125, Clover Leaf Nora 2N, the entry of Rebecca Stevens.
Going to go ahead and visit about the top two in this class a little bit, as this is going to be your division champion as well. I think two awfully nice heifers come to the top of this class. I like this lighter roan heifer in the front a lot. Big boned, big footed, really flexible, great out of her hip, a lot of look in her, really nice female. Tremendously long heifer, and the Ling Lady's darker roan heifer. Length of spine in this heifer is really, really good. She gets out nice when she moves. I think the advantage that she's going to have over some of the heifers across the way, just a little more dimension, but not quite as much as the heifer in front of her. The young lady's heifer in the front of the line is going to be your champion. You'll be reserve in what was a close middle pair. Congratulations to both of you. Give them a big round of applause.
And our first place in this class goes to Croft Down Lucy 06N, the entry of Josie Crawford. Second to Cloverleaf Nikki 1N, the entry of Alex Cox. Third goes to Cloverleaf Nora 2N, the entry of Rebecca Stevens. And fourth to McNiven Farms Duchess, the entry of Josie McNiven.
We still had a really nice third and fourth here in the division. The young lady's heifer that was in a really close third place in my mind, really similar to the heifer ahead of her. Doesn't tie quite as high out of her neck, maybe doesn't have some of the extra width and dimension, but I really like the shape in her underline. That's going to be a really nice cow. Rounding out the class is a heifer that she's at an age disadvantage, but you pick apart her parts for what she is. There's still some width in her chest. She's still got some really nice pieces, just needs to get some maturity to realize them, to keep up with the heifers ahead of her. Really nice bunch of heifers that these young folks have brought us out here for our first class of this particular show.
And we're pleased to welcome the members of the Shorthorn World Tour that has been visiting across Canada and has just arrived here at Lindsay. Give a wave, people that are here with the World Tour. Great to have you. reading in the last class, 3A, reading from the top down, 176 was a scratch, 177 was fourth, 178 was a scratch, 179 was first, 181 was second, and 125 was third. Now in the ring, we have class 3B, own division. This is the first split in our yearling heifers born in 2024, and we will have 2 splits in this age group. We have 2 scratches in this 3B class. 182 is a scratch and 183 is a scratch. We have 1 added entry, number 107, Holland Lane, Famous Millie, 12M. It's the entry of Colton Monroe.
Well, I see a really nice pair of red females here coming to the top of this class that are fairly different in their type and kind. The young lady's female that I'm going to start with, I like the advantage that she has and how rugged she is. She's big-footed. She's got a lot of bone to her. I also like her length. She has a little extra power and width to her, too, especially when we analyze her up through the top side of her skeleton, from her hooks to her pins. Just a little more rugged, beefy kind of a female. Really nice one to start with. Doesn't take away from the heifer in second. I like this moderate framed, really feminine built female. She gets a little flatter in her rib cage, a little less descript in her muscle shape than the heifer ahead of her. But I really do appreciate the extra depth of body that she has, particularly in relation to her more modest frame size. Another heifer coming around next that's got a lot of rib cage to her, gets a little coarser in her navel, a little plainer about her hip, and not quite as feminine up through her neck and head as the heifer right ahead of her. Nonetheless, this is a nice high-performing heifer with a lot of body, gets out and travels the ring well, looks like the type that'll have a lot of longevity for that young lady. We're coming next with an exceptionally long-spined dark roan heifer here that has some width, has some doability. Of the bottom trio of heifers that maybe don't move as well or aren't quite as well balanced as the ones ahead of her, I love how open she is in her forerib. She really comes out the backside of her shoulder with some power there. I think it reads into her doability long term. The gentleman's heifer next is one I would like to pick up in her front end. She gets a little down-headed, a little coarser in the way that she hooks her neck into her shoulder. It gives her a plainer look, but that's a big-footed, long-spined heifer that's going to raise some high-performing calves. And rounding out the class is a heifer that still has plenty of utility. I like the muscle she has. She has a lot of stifle. I would just really like to see a little different structure in her hip, pick up her pin placement, and let her reach a little smoother off of her hind two. But let's give these kids a nice big round of applause on a nice set of heifers they brought us this morning, or this afternoon now.
And in Class 3B, Split 1, our congratulations to the winner, GCC Premium Margie 50, the entry of Carly Watson. Second goes to entry 185, Glenrothes Lillian 10M, the entry of Dallas Coughlin. In third place, Cloverleaf Mika 10M, the entry of Callie Olive. In fourth place, Cloverleaf Merlot 7M, the entry of Sierra Milla. In fifth place, number 107, Howland Lane Famous Millie 12M, the entry of Colton Monroe. And in sixth place, 187, TSS Raggedy Coco 1M, the entry of Tyler Smith. Reading from the top down in your program, number 182 is a scratch, 183 is a scratch, number 184 is third, number 185 is 2, number 186 is 1, number 187 is 6th, number 188 is 4th, and the added entry number 107 is 5th. And we have coming into the ring Class 3B, the second split in these yearling heifers. Couple of changes in this class. Number 189 is a scratch, and number 196 is a scratch. We have two added entries. Number 109, CLL Keep the Faith 102M, the entry of Claire White, and number 150, Hillhaven Myrtle Betsy 30M, the entry of Delaney Hopkins. And I'd like to introduce our judge here today, Jeff Stump. We're thrilled to have Jeff joining us from Kansas. He grew up in northern Indiana, where he was active in youth livestock programs that sparked a lifelong enthusiasm for quality livestock. After showing sheep and swine, cattle became the focus of his attention. And after a college judging career that was capped off by a team win at the National Western Carload Contest, Jeff started his livelihood as a herdsman at Fisher Cattle Company in Grand Bend, Kansas. Over the years, he's had many successes and wins, including at the National Western Stock Show, the American Royal, and Louisville. Jeff was named American Shorthorn Association Herdsman of the Year. Jeff's thrilled to be here, participating and judging our livestock and conformation today. Yesterday, he was joined by his wife, Stacy, a very capable cattlewoman as well, who helped with the showmanship judging, and they have their daughter, Clara, here visiting with us for this great competition. We'd like to say thanks to those helping our judge and supporting him in the ring today. Mike Wood at the back, who's marshalling and getting everyone into the ring on time and in order. Really appreciate that, Mike. Carissa Bai, who's tracking things in the ring here and keeping me up to date. And Rex Crawford, who's acting as our ringman and helping the young people get their animals lined up. How about a big round of applause for these volunteers? Just a reminder, at our concluding banquet this evening, where we'll be giving out the awards, it begins at 6 o'clock. You have to have your tickets by now for that, but hoping we'll have a great turnout for it. We have a live auction and a silent auction. Lots of donations from many supporters to help fund this great event.
What an interesting set of heifers that we have in the ring right now. So many differences between them. That's why I kind of took an extra minute, wanted to watch them move again. And I'm going to say that, I'm going to sound like I'm really picking on each one of them, but those are the things that I wanted to do to kind of pick them apart. The young lady's roan heifer that starts, really big outline, framey, high-performing kind of a heifer. I like the width in her chest floor. Is that frame a little much? I don't know. I think it could go either way, and I don't think that we need to figure quality on cattle by size, but I like her base width. I like the way that she moves and how true she is to the ground. Speaking of the ground, I would maybe change the shape of her foot a little bit ideally, but nonetheless, that's a heifer with a striking profile that's really flexible in her joints, gets out and moves well, going to provide a lot of pounds to the industry with cattle like her. The young lady's heifer in second gets a little coarser and rounder out of the top side of her shoulder, doesn't tie quite as neatly and with as much femininity up into her crest, but she has a lot of mass to her. She's muscular. She has a little more of that round hoof shape, although I would like to see her be a little smoother, flex her pastern a little bit more when we ask her to go, but that's a nice, robust middled, really heavy muscled sort of a red heifer the lady brought next. The calf coming around next is one that I wanted to look at a little bit extra too. I could maybe change the shape of her foot some, but I love the structural correctness, the femininity. She gets a little trim, and I'd like that freshness in her conformation, but at the same time, she just doesn't have the extra power and punch of those two above her, but a really elegantly made, feminine type of a female that the young lady's brought out. The roan heifer coming around next is another one that's just kind of a brute in terms of her muscularity or stoutness or skeletal width. I'd like to soften her flank a little bit, make her travel just a little bit easier. The gentleman's heifer coming around next, trim her up through her brisket a little bit, maybe soften her flank. Just the shape of her underline is a little bit off, but I love the length of spine, how much muscle she has. She's particularly muscular down the top side of her skeleton, we pass that on to some of her calves, I think she's going to make some valuable carcasses on down the road for the young man on her progeny. The young lady's spotted female coming around. Another one that we'd like to see a little softer in her flank, maybe a little bigger bone to balance up with some of the ones ahead of her. But I really like the length. She's exceptionally smooth from one end to the other. It's another nice heifer, and we're rounding out the class with a heifer that's not as compositionally correct. I'd like to trim her up some to maybe see what we really have underneath. But another female with a lot of length, a lot of depth. I would say that added depth and rib cage is probably what made her easy, doing enough to maybe get a little more condition on her than what we might think of as ideal. But a really nice functional set of cattle all the way through this class from one end to the other. Give these young people a nice round of applause for doing a nice job.
And congratulations to our first place in that second split, CLL Keep the Faith 102M, the entry of Claire White. Second place goes to Croftdown Priscilla 13M, the entry of Josie Crawford. Third, Hillhaven Myrtle Betsy 30M, the entry of Delaney Hopkins. Fourth, JTPH Daisy Sophie, the entry of Savina Bjarnason. Fifth, Windy View Mabel Kathy, the entry of Cody Staples. Sixth, Head for the Hills Great Kathy, the entry of Emily Kelly. And seventh, DGE Fergie 3M, the entry of Sierra Miller. Reading from the top down of your catalog, number 189 was third, 190 was second, 191 was fourth, 192 was sixth, 193 was seventh, 195 was fifth, and then our added entry 109 was first, and added entry 150 was third. We now have back in the ring the top two of each of these splits for our champion-owned yearling heifer. So we have back in the ring number 186, 185, 109, and 190.
Have another nice division of shorthorn females that the young people have brought out to exhibit today, and I think they're doing a nice job of showing us off the kind of quality that the Canadian Shorthorn Association is really promoting, and they're getting them to their youth. These people are going to have a nice set of cows one day, from what I can tell. I'm not going to talk a lot of differences in the cattle. I've done that in the class. But I am going to say one more time, we better put our hands together for these young people. I'm going to give another look at the cattle and show you the two that I prefer to come out of this division.
Congratulations to our champion-owned yearling heifer, entry number 186, which is GCC Premium Margie 50, the entry of Carly Watson. Reserve goes to entry 185, Glenrothes Lillian 10M, the entry of Dallas Coughlin. Entering the ring now, we have Class 3C in our own division, 2-year-old female with calf at side, and we will have 2 entries. Just a correction, number 198 was shown in a previous class, so we have just 1 entry in this, number 197, Little Rebel Lightning, the entry of Andy Kearse.
Only a single entry in our 2-year-old cow-calf division within this particular portion of the show, but it sure is a good one. I really love these moderate-framed, easy-doing cows with the extra body. I like the teat placement and size on this heifer, a really nice uddered female. And boy, she's raising a big bull calf. She's going to wean a lot of her body weight when she gets done raising this guy, but a really nice single entry. Give them a nice round of applause on a really nicely presented pair.
So coming into the class now, we have in our own division a mature female with calf at side entry. Gabriella Cott has brought us Hillhaven Myrtle Bonnie.
This is a tremendously up-headed, long-spined cow with a lot of style and a lot of look to her. Ideally, I'd maybe like to refine her teat size. But the other thing that I think we can look at as a real positive on her, she's raising an exceptionally stylish, good-looking bull calf. Probably going to really have some potential through the show side of the industry. Nice pair. Put your hands together for them, and we'll see him back here in a moment for the champion overall cow.
We're now bringing in our 2-year-old and mature female for our judge to decide which one of these he prefers and place them 1 and 2. We will, after this, move on to our grand champion in the own female, and then we will take a 15-minute quick lunch break. So before we move on to the bred and owned division, we're going to have a 15-minute break. That'll start right after we've done the grand champion in the owned division.
When our exhibitors decide to take on bringing a cow-calf pair to a show, one entry is bringing twice the work a lot of times, and I think it's admirable that they do that. But this is certainly one of my favorite portions of the show, as we get to see the produce that these females have and take away some of our predictions and show them as reality. I think we have two really nice pairs, two very diverse pairs that I think have different places in the industry, have different strengths that they're going to do, from one that might look a lot more like a show cow in terms of her front end and her extension, and even in the produce, to a very production-oriented, moderate-framed, easy-doing female at the front. I'm going to go out and show you my preference, but whatever your preference is, make sure we give these kids a big round of applause. They put a lot of work in and done an awesome job.
And our overall winner is Little Rebel Lightning for L, the entry of Andy Kierce. Second goes to 199, Hillhaven Myrtle Bonnie, the entry of Gabriella Cott. And we will now move on to our Grand Champion owned female. So we will bring back our heifer calves, our yearlings, and then these two mature animals.
Let's put our hands together for these exhibitors on a whale of a nice set of females they brought out here. From my perspective, I think you could make an argument for any one of these top females out of their respective divisions to win the show. They all have a lot of qualities in their own regard. I think that from the calf that we see so much future in, to a heifer that's just getting ready to enter her production career, that's a very striking female, to a female who's already started in on her productive life and gotten out in the pasture a little bit. I think you can see a lot of quality. You can see why the Shorthorn breed has attracted these youth, and I think that they've all done a nice job of presenting and starting with quality projects. I'm going to go out here and show you the two that I prefer today, but I want to tell each and every one of you young people, good luck with these when you get home, and keep up the good work. You got a lot of good cattle. More importantly, from the standpoint of the association here in Canada, I hope you guys realize you got a lot of good kids. I'm going to pick a couple out, give them another big round of applause, not just for these exhibitors, but all of them through the course of our show today.
And congratulations to the winner of our heifer division, which has come to the top overall here. The entry of Josie Crawford, and second from our yearling division, the entry of Carly Watson. Numbers 179 on top, Croftdown Lucy 6N, and number 186 as our reserve champion, GC Premium Margie 50, the entry of Carly Watson. So we are going to take a break now. We'll be back here ready to go at 12:30 sharp, please. So time for about a 17-minute break, and we will reconvene at 12:30. And we're ready to go again. Back into the ring with moving on to our bred and owned division. And we will be kicking off with Class 4A, bred and owned heifer calves born in 2025. And we have 2 splits for that. And our first split coming in the ring, we have 2 scratches in this class. Number 201 is a scratch, and number 205 also a scratch.
We're starting off with another set of calves out here that I think are really high quality throughout, and I think you can find something to really like and latch onto in each and every one. The young lady's calf that we're leading off with, just so complete. She's feminine, she's nice in her rib cage, she gets out and moves well. A really big-footed calf for as young and petite as she is and youthful. Just a lot of things I like about this calf, and probably my favorite thing though is she just doesn't do anything that wrong. Very complete, really high-quality individual. The young man's heifer coming around next isn't maybe behaving the best. her structure's where I would change her a little bit. She wants to kind of get up on her toes, especially up front, and a little bit tighter in her shoulder. But man, this is a heifer with so much volume and mass, a lot of rib, a lot of muscle, a lot of bone. She's very striking, and the good pieces she has are exceptional. The next spotted calf coming around, I like the performance, like the extra added rib cage. Gets a little plainer than the two ahead of her, especially when we read her from hooks to pins, but a really productive future brood matron there for the young lady. And we're rounding out the class with a calf that I'd like to give a little more depth back into her flank to balance her up a little nicer, to go with the ones ahead of her, maybe power her up in terms of her bone, but tremendously long spine, going to be a lot of performance in her as she matures and goes on down the road. Let's give a nice round of applause to all these young people for bringing in a nice heifer calf class to start off.
And congratulations, our first place winner, number 200, Croft Down Susan, 41N, the entry of Shelby Crawford. Second goes to Edmund Naughty or Nice, 2N, the entry of Colton Monroe. Third to entry 204, Robway Acres Ethan Nancy, the entry of Sophie Morel. And fourth to number 203, BLM Covergirl 1N, the entry of Elizabeth Lockhurst. And entering the ring now in our bred and owned second split for the heifer calves born in 2025. We have two scratches in this, although I'm looking like there might be three. I know that 209 is a scratch and 210 is a scratch.
I think there's a really handy place to start this class with the young ladies. Redneck heifer here that's coming up to the front of the line. There's a heifer just has some extra mass, some width to her, base width. I like the rib shape. The shape and functionality of her hip and hind leg, really good in her pastern. She gets out and moves good. Maybe could smooth her up just a little bit into the point of her shoulder compared to a few of them behind her, but that's an awfully good heifer to start the class. I don't want to take away from this young lady's heifer in a second, a high-performing female, again with a lot of base width, really true to the ground, good on all four corners, like her foot placement. She doesn't have quite the look of the heifer ahead of her, maybe not quite the extra rib shape in relation to her length and her size, but another really nice female. We have a lighter roan heifer that we'll have coming around third that's really similar to the one ahead of her, maybe not quite the length and performance, probably doesn't have quite the nice carriage of her neck and her head out the front side of her shoulder, but nonetheless, that's a nice big-ribbed, long-spined heifer. The young lady's white heifer next, when she gets her set up, gets her right, man, she's striking. She's fit to a T. They've done a beautiful job of presenting her. I'd like to get this one to relax down her top line. She's pretty rigid in her spine for me when she asks her to go, and I'd really like to change that part of her structure, but that's a very striking white heifer that the young lady's brought out. And we're rounding out the class with a heifer that has plenty of function, just a plainer look. She's not as attractive about her neck and head as some of them ahead of her, but I like the length of spine that she has. I like her looseness of her structure and her skeleton. Let's put our hands together on another nice set of heifer calves these young folks have brought out for us.
And congratulations to our first place winner, number 206, Croftdown Duchess 5N, the entry of Shelby Crawford. Second place goes to Robway Acres Molly Nitro 1N, the entry of Molly Arnold. Third to Cornerview Nellie Bell, number 212, the entry of Dallas Coughlin. Fourth, number 207, LWCC Priceless 115N, the entry of Carly Watson. And fifth to Robway Acres Duchess Navy 7N, the entry of Ryan Morrell. Reading from the top down of your catalog for this second split, 206 was first, 207 was fourth, 208 was fifth, 211 was second, and 212 was third. We are now going to move to the champion bred and owned heifer calf. So we are calling back into the ring numbers 200, 202, 206, and 211.
A lot of strength here in the top end of our heifer calf division. I think that, we're trying to read future and look down the road with these, and they give every indicator that there's going to be a lot of high-quality cattle in the ring. Pick and choose kind of like the real elegant, feminine look of the heifer in the front, heifer in the back that's right there with her in those terms, but has some extra mass and substance to her. I think that, for me, the young lady had both of those heifer class winners, and I would say she chose the same one that I would for which one to show and which one that I prefer. So congratulations to you. We'll use you as champion, and we'll come back and look at our reserves.
Congratulations. Our champion bred and owned heifer calf goes to number 206, Croftdown Duchess 5N, the entry of Shelby Crawford. And the reserve goes to number 211, Robway Acres Molly Nitro 1N, the entry of Molly Arnold. photographs and videos from the events over the last few days. Pictures and videos from the last number of days' events will be found on innovationmedia.ca. They have been taking candids as well as formal pictures throughout the week, so they're available for purchase on the site. Take a look. There's some super candid shots on there. We have in the ring now bred and owned yearling heifers, split 1. We will be having 2 splits of these year-old heifers, and we have 1 added entry in this first split. The added entry is number 144, Green Grove Miss Perfect, the entry of Evan Burgess Collins.
think as we look at the top 4 or 5 heifers in this class, if you want to kind of readjust how you line those up for what your priorities are, I sure think that that's something that can be done. I really like the young man's heifer that leads out. He's one of the moderate framed heifers. She's soft in her flank. She's easy doing, flat shouldered, got a lot of body, got a lot of width from her hooks to her pins. I'd maybe like to see a little more center stifle in her. Like to see her a little bigger boned, but a really nice functional kind of female. It's got a lot of good pieces that fit together well. Gentleman's heifer coming around next probably isn't as attractive through her neck and front end as the heifer that beats her. But for me, I would probably like to change the structure of her hip a little to get her up above the 1 today. But nonetheless, that's a big bone, nice looking heifer. Young man's done a great job of presenting her and showing her off. Gentleman's redneck roan, light one coming here next, is really elegant, really pretty. She gets a little longer in her legged in relationship to her body for me, a little harsher in her underline than the 2 ahead of her, but that's a high quality female with a lot of femininity. We get into a pair of really moderate framed heifers next. Moderate framed feminine heifers, do they have enough performance? I think they're lacking a little bit. I'd like to power up the young lady's heifer coming next. Just give her a little bit more oomph, third dimension, get her out there a little bit more in terms of her rib cage and her muscle. I do like how trim she is in her condition. I think she's just right from a developmental standpoint. I like her femininity, just like a little more of her to stay with the 3 ahead. The young lady's longer-haired heifer here coming next, I love the femininity in her. She wants to almost overreach a little bit when she gets to going and get a little weaker on her foot up front. But that's a really high-quality heifer that has a lot of look to her. Just like to maybe soften her up and give her a little more high performance of a look. We do have a performance heifer coming around next that just gets a little plainer and a little bit coarser. Gets out and moves good, though, for her kind. Would just like to make her a little sharper fronted, a little more feminine and angular. We're coming around next with a heifer that is that sharper, more angular, but gets a little harder doing in her overall look. Wants to break off of the front side of her hip coming into her loin and probably narrows up at her hock more compared to the heifers ahead of her. Just doesn't read with as much true width. I'm going to go with the young man's dark roan heifer next. We slid this other heifer in between him to keep her a little happier in the ring. Another heifer that's a little bit plainer, but I really like the easy doing look. The same can be said about the young lady's heifer that's exiting the ring down there, rounding out the class. Gets a little deeper in her chest floor, but sure has that look of doability. And I got to say, I like the sportsmanship that we saw when there were green shirts just flooded right into the ring when that young exhibitor had some problems. And I think that speaks volumes for the Junior Canadian Shorthorn Association to come out and help one of their own when she was having a little trouble and even had one member stay in the ring with her. Let's give those individuals a huge round of applause and showing what this is all about.
Congratulations to the winners in that class. And I'd just like to make a note that the first place in that Glenview Jazzy Miss Molly, shown by Brody Blenkiron, was sired by Leveldale Boardwalk. And the second place in that class, MCC Marble 8M, was sired by Leveldale Redemption. And Les Mathers is here with us on the World Tour. Les, stand up. You brought good luck to those 2 young people with 2 bulls of your breeding that ultimately ended up in Canada. So great to bring that good luck to those young people. And if I could get the list for that last class. I lost my ringman. And in Class 4B, reading from the top down, number 213 was 4th, number 214 was 7th, number 215 was 2nd, number 216 was 6th, number 217 8th, number 218 5th, number 219 9th, and number 220 1st. The added entry 144 was 3rd. We have in the ring now Class 4B, Split 2, second group of yearling heifers born in 2024 in our bred and owned division.
Nice, rugged, useful set of heifers come to the top of this class. The young lady's redneck roan that's going to start is one that just has a lot of mass to her. I mean, from the standpoint of muscle, rib, bone, foot, there's a lot of heifer there, and she's really loose structure to go along with that, almost to her detriment. I'd like to strengthen up her top line a little bit ideally, but that's a nice, massive cowie female to start the class. One that I think follows her in terms of the center body mass and looseness of structure is coming second here in a darker roan heifer. Probably even like her even better in terms of her extension, just not as much of her in terms of her muscle width, her skeletal width from her hooks back, from her pins to the ground, but that's an awfully nice heifer to go second. Gentleman's heifer in third. I love the silhouette and the profile of her. She's really parallel in her line. She's deep bodied, really good structured when she gets out and goes. Kind of runs out of bone, runs out of some extra muscle and mass compared to the two ahead of her, but that's an awfully nice, very feminine featured heifer coming in third. In fourth is another massive heifer that I really like in the terms of that center body to go with the two that led the class. I really want to see her get out and stride a little easier. She gets a little short and choppy in her step, doesn't want to come quite so close to covering her track, and probably getting plenty of condition on her for this stage, and that's probably part of her getting just wound up a little bit, but that's an awfully nice heifer with a lot to her. Coming into fifth is a heifer that doesn't have the balance of the ones ahead of her. She's a little deeper in her chest floor, lightens up in her flank, but I like how long and broad she is from her hooks back to her pins, and I really appreciate the length of spine in that heifer. The white heifer coming around is another one from the side we like quite a bit. You get behind her and she runs out of a little bit of gas in terms of how wide she is through her rear quarter, but another really up-headed kind of a female. And the white-legged one the young lady's bringing around now, I'd love to trim her up in her chest floor, see some of that depth carried farther back into her, maybe trim her up around the part of her hip too, but a heifer that just doesn't have quite as much to her, little finer bone and gets under herself when she goes, with a tremendously long spine, another easy doing female. We're running out the class with a heifer that's probably more compositionally correct than a couple of them ahead of her. I like how the trim condition she comes to us in. She has a nice rib cage, a little lower performing, little plainer look about her head and neck, but another nice class of these bred heifers. Let's give them a nice round of applause on the job well done with these youth.
And congratulations to our first place, which goes to Flight Path Rose Marigold 203M, shown by Elise Stevens. And second place to Flight Path Rose Magnolia 202M, shown by Amelia Rutz. And before I go any farther, Gord Crawford just pointed out to me, as an astute reader of pedigrees, that if you look closely, those two heifers have the same dam and the same sire, and they're twins, and they don't have an ET behind them either. So they're real twins, and they were shown by cousins. So what it's all about here, pretty special. In third place in that class, Robway Acres Soda Maggie 14M, shown by Colin Arnold. In fourth place, Clover Leaf Marlene 1M, shown by James Stevens. In fifth place, NVF 6J May 2M, shown by Owen Fraser. Sixth to TLC Lady Marshmallow 1M, shown by Grace Den Haan. 7, Robway Acres Janita Maid with Jenny Morrell. And 8, Edensville Magical Joan 12M, shown by Tristan Mills. Reading from the top down in your catalog, 221 was first, 222 was 8th, 223 was 2nd, 224 was 6th, 225 is 3rd, 226 is 7th, 227 was 4th, and 228 was 5th. So now we have back in the ring our top 2 from the previous classes for our champion bred and owned yearling heifer.
The bred and owned yearling heifers surely are a productive bunch out here. A lot of cattle that have some durability, have some rib cage, some heavy structure, and flexibility to them. I think really nice heifers that we have in the ring. I think there's one that kind of stands out to me in this bunch, and I'm going to take another peek back at them to sort out the reserve. But give these kids a big round of applause. Boy, they brought a nice set of bred and owned heifers for us to look at.
And our first place goes to number 220, the entry of Brody Glencairn with Glenview Jazzy Miss Molly 2010M. And the second place goes to Blair McGlashan with number 215, MCC Moonlight 4M. Entering the ring now, we have Class 4C in our bred and owned division, the 2-year-old females with calf at side, and there are 2 entries.
Two real high quality 2-year-old pairs in the ring right now. I think I'm going to give my preference to the young lady's roan cow here. That I like the moderate size. Her udder suspension I probably prefer over the red cow in second. She's doing a really nice job with what's going to be one heck of a nice roan bull. I think this is just a really nice functional kind of a pair. A couple of small advantages just in terms of maybe the balance and the udder quality. That's not to take away from a heck of a nice pair in second. This dark red pair, I like the cow's extension. I like her frame size. You could maybe pull that suspension of her udder up a little bit, but that's being nitpicky on a cow that's got really good udder. Boy, she's raising the kind of a calf that's going to go back in and make a beautiful replacement. You keep raising cattle like this, you're going to have a spot in the industry, young man. Those are 2 real quality pairs. Let's give the young people a nice round of applause on good cattle.
And congratulations go to Claire White with her entry CLL Honey Heart. Second place to number 229, the entry of Colin Ormiston with Windy View Lady Gaga Ready 12L. And we have 1 entry in our bred and owned mature female class.
boy, a stout, rugged kind of a 6-year-old cow that the young ladies brought in here for us. Cow that's got a lot of foot, a lot of bone to her. She's tremendously long, a lot of performance in her, and we're seeing that work into her heifer calf that's probably going to have a lot the same kind of build when she's mature. High quality pairs that we're seeing here at the showcase and the Shorthorn Juniors have brought to us all day long. Let's give this young lady a nice round of applause. We'll look forward to seeing her back for the overall bred cow competition here shortly.
And our representative in this cow-calf class is Watt Bobby's Fire Girl 120G, exhibited by Lane Watson. And we're going to bring back in our 2-year-olds with their calves outside. And our judge is going to give us his first and second place out of those 3 animals.
Little give and take here between our younger and aged cow, but I think that when we analyze these pairs, you can sure find a lot to like about each one of them. Young lady's a mature cow that's so stout, featured, big bone, really a rugged, long-bodied, good-looking cow, a lot of performance. I'd like to maybe free up the way she moves just a little bit compared to the 2-year-old. Really, the 2-year-old really gets out, moves nice, flexes well. Her youth probably works to her advantage, but she is a little more refined when we compare her. And whether you think that we're going to get the overall production out of her in terms of just the extra punch and pounds down the road, I think it'll be awful close to it. But I want to go out and take another look at these cows. A lot of quality in them. I'm kind of nitpicking awful hard on a couple of really darn good cows. And that's not to take away from our second place after we pick. We'll be looking around at him a little bit too, but I'm going to go show you what I like. Give these kids a nice round of applause on a very well-earned, hard work kind of a project.
And our judge is going with the 2-year-old pair for his first place champion. That is the entry of Claire White with CLL Honey Heart, and reserved to the cow Watt Bobby's Fire Girl, the entry of Lane Watson. So we will call back our calves, our yearlings, and our seniors, and we will proceed to our grand champion female and reserve grand champion female in the bred and owned division. So coming back into the ring, we have number 206, Croftdown Duchess 5N, the entry of Shelby Crawford. Number 211 Robway Acres Molly Nitro, the entry of Molly Arnold. We also have number 220 Glenview Jazzy Miss Molly, the entry of Brody Glen Karen, and 215 MCC Moonlight, the entry of Blair McClashin, and 230 CLL Honey Heart, the entry of Claire White, and Watt Bobby's Fire Girl, the entry of Elaine Watson.
What an impressive bred and owned division. Let's put our hands together for these young people on a job well done there. You think about this being something that's kind of a produce of their own farm and coming from their place is really impressive, because I think we've seen some tough divisions before, but these guys are keeping right up with them quality-wise, and the fact that they've done it kind of from day one there at home is something that I think is really to be commended. I think there's some differences in these heifers. You can pick and choose a little bit. I've got in mind the one that I'm going to lead with. After that, I'm going to take a little time to kind of pick through them and look again. But put your hands together one more time. What an impressive division of bred and owned cattle. Great set of youth to work with as well.
And congratulations, the grand champion female is the winner of our calf group, number 206, Croftdown Duchess 5N, the entry of Shelby Crawford. And second place goes the reserve to number 220 out of our yearling group, and that is the entry of Brody Glenkieran with Glenview Jazzy Miss Molly 210M. So that concludes the female classes in our bred and owned division, and we are going to bring on the bulls. So we're moving now to the open division. Are we doing a grand of all of them? Okay. All right. We're not on to the bulls yet. We are going to select a grand champion among the 3 divisions that we have had today. So we started with our open division, and we have a couple of champions coming into the ring from that. We have our owned division, and we have our bred and owned division. So we are calling back 6 entries. Overall champion female of this 2025 Shorthorn Showcase Junior National Show. Purebred champion. We will have a plus show a little later. I believe we should have numbers 110, 137, 179, 186, 206, and 220. And we have our 6 animals in the ring for the Grand Champion Female Overall. 2 entries from our open division, 110 and 137. 2 from our own division, 179 and 186. And 2 from the bred and own division, 220 and 206. How about a big round of applause for these champions?
We bring out the respective champions from the various divisions we've had through the day, and I think you can see that each and every one of these divisions had a lot of quality in them. I really appreciated going through the cattle and working with the kids here throughout the course of the day, and it's been a lot of fun. And while we have more show to do, the conclusion here of the purebred females is kind of a pretty big exclamation point, and I think that the quality that we saw throughout the show is indicated out here. I've got to say that when I got a call from Jim to come up here, what an honor. I was just been looking forward to this a lot, and then when we get here and my wife and daughter came along, and I had such a nice time working with Stacy yesterday, working with the kids and going through showmanship, and then getting back here today to do the confirmation portion of the show. The hospitality that you guys have shown to our entire family is second to none. The people up here in Canada and the Shorthorn Association have been great to us. Thank you so much for having us. It's been fun. I've enjoyed working with the kids, and I've had a great time looking at the cattle because, let's just face it, that's kind of my hobby. I'll look at cows all day, any day, and go out and pick through them. But to top it off with working with such a dynamic set of kids and such a great community in the shorthorn industry here in Canada, put your hands together for yourselves, for the people running the show. I'm going to go and pick you a champion and reserve overall purebred.
And our overall female grand champion in the purebred divisions goes to number 110, Hillhaven Breathtaker Alley 4M, the entry of Logan Hardgrave. And our reserve comes out of our own division, and that is number... Yeah, I just need the number. 179. And that is the entry of Josie Crawford with Croftdown Lucy 6N. Congratulations to both of you, and they're receiving their champion banners here in the ring. We'd like to say thank you to all the donors who contributed the money, bid on auctions, and provided in-kind support for all of the great prizes and awards that we've been able to give out here and will continue to give out this evening. We have in the ring here our first class within the bulls. This is open division, and we have bull calves born in 2025. There is one scratch in this class. The first entry, 232, is a scratch.
Well, what a place to start off our bull show. Gentleman's calf that leads this off. What a nice bull. A lot of masculinity in him for his age. And not that these bulls don't have quite a long time until they're going to be to where we would consider him sexually mature. I do like the way that his testicles are developing at this stage. But a big ribbed, stout, sound structured bull. Just a lot of good in that one to start off with. I think it gets a little bit closer as we move on. The gentleman's redneck bull coming next. I would like to see him, and I'm not sure if we're fighting the halter a little bit or what, just stride out a little bit more and just get some more mass and power to keep up with the bull ahead of him. But a striking profile on this bull, really nice looking calf, got some hip to him, got some muscle definition. A really muscular bull coming around next, and one that I would like to relax in his top line when the young lady asks him to go. Just a little more rigid in his spine, but I think he makes up for it a little bit with flexibility at the ground. He's good in his pastern, nice foot size on a really extended, high-performing bull. Another kind of a nice performance-type bull coming around here in the young man's white-bellied calf. He's got some stifle to him. He doesn't have quite the attractive look up through his front end and through his shoulder is what we see in some of them ahead of him, but nonetheless, a lot of extension, a lot of performance, a lot of utility in an awfully high-quality bull. The roan calf that the young lady's bringing around now, I'd like to see him get out and travel a little bit better, catch up a little bit in terms of performance for a few of them ahead of him. But a really nice long spine kind of a bull. Looks like he's going to have a nice masculine head as he matures. And rounding out the class, we have a bull, not quite as much to him. I'd maybe like to see his head changed up a little bit. He gets a little short and compact in his head, and maybe that eye set comes out of his head just a little more than what would be ideal. I think that's evidenced as we see a little spot of blue in the one of them. But nonetheless, that's a smooth pattern, nice structured bull calf to round out a high-quality set of males to start this show off with. Let's give these kids a nice round of applause for bringing a great set of bull calves.
And congratulations to our first place winner, the entry from Nicholas Dempsey, Shady Brook PL Decision 1N. Second place, the entry number 234, MCC Go Nuts 4N, the entry of Blair McGlashan. Third, Northern Ring of Fire, the entry of Paisley Dagg. Fourth goes to Coldstream Defender 6N, the entry of Hunter Perks O'Neill. And fifth to Windy View Nacho 1N, the entry of Hannah Moyer. So number 238 and 234 become your champion open bull calf and reserve open bull calf. Reading from the top down in your catalog for Class 5A, number 233 is fourth, 234 is second, 235 is third, 236 is fifth, 237 is sixth, and 238 is first. In the ring now, Class 5B, our open division yearling bulls.
really high quality pair of roan bulls surfaced to the top of this class. I like both these bulls from the standpoint of their flexibility when they get out and move, their foot size, they're rugged. I think that the bull that wins outpowers this one in terms of muscle. I notice there is a slight turn to his testicles. I don't think it's severe, but it sure is something to notice and think about a little bit. But what a powerfully stout, heavy-muscled, rugged bull that's still really flexible in his movement to win. Love the pattern of this calf in second. He's really up-headed. He's pretty. He's nice in his shoulder. I certainly wouldn't call him refined, but he is more so than the bull that leads the class. Power him up just a little bit more, and he keeps up pretty easily. But those are two very high-quality bulls to lead this particular age group. Coming around in third's a bull that I love the durability, the rib cage, the stoutness and performance. I need him to move better to keep up with the two bulls ahead of me. He just wants to get a little more rigid out of his shoulder and not reach out and stride as much as those two that lead the class. We're rounding out the class with a bull that's at a performance disadvantage. He is tremendously long in relation to his frame and gets out and wants to cover his stride, but I'd still like to relax him in his top line and just get a little more growth in him to keep up with the bulls ahead of him. Really nice set of bulls, a fun class to work through. Let's give these kids a round of applause for bringing these more mature individuals out.
And topping this class, entry 242, Windy View Mitchell 4M, the entry of Mitchell Ormiston. In second place, 239, the entry of Amy Shepard, Steel Brook TJ Top Gun. In third place, MCC Murray 1M, the entry of Kaylee Moore. And in fourth place, Ironwood Macho Man, the entry of Ben Gilpin. Reading from the top down, 239 is second, 240 is third, 241 is fourth, and 242 is first. We'll bring our bull calves back into the ring, and our judge, Jeff Stump, is going to select his champion open bull and reserve open bull.
Got a really nice set of open bulls that have come through the ring, and these ones that have surfaced to the top, well, I think there's a lot of usefulness in them, and I think they're going to be a benefit to the breed. I think that either one of these top two bulls, you tailor the cows, you put them on, they're going to do some good things and some similar things. They're both going to have some mass, some width in their chest floor and base. I really like the muscle in them. I like the rib cage, and both of them are really flexible. I think that there's a little give and take before them. Before I go out here and show you which one I like, give all of these bull exhibitors in our open division a nice round of applause. They've done a great job.
And our champion open bull comes from the bull calf division. Entry number 238, Shady Brook Decision 1N, exhibited by Nicholas Dempsey. Our reserve open bull 242 from our yearling division, Windy View Mitchell 4M, the entry of Mitchell Ormiston. Now we're calling into the ring our own division bulls. And we have bull calves born in 2025 in the owned division. I have a pair of Ray-Ban black glasses with a bit of gold on them. If anybody is missing their glasses, up here at the announcer's stand. Entering the ring now, we have Class 5C. This is the Bull Calves 2025 in our owned division. We have 4 entries.
Nice pair of bull calves to lead this class that are just very much different in their type and kind and their overall makeup. The young man's bull that leads off, while he is at an age advantage, I like the masculinity that he's starting to show, the extra pounds, the mass, the doability. He's got a lot going for him. He's a nice rugged bull, the good foot, and a lot of bone under him. I would like to make him balance up a little bit better, make him a little more attractive about his head and the way that his neck and shoulder come together compared to the bull behind him. This is a nice patterned calf. He's really structurally sound. I like the way that he works out of his pastern and his hock when the young lady asks him to go, when he actually kind of wants to work with her, not so much like he's doing now. But I like his extension. It'll be interesting to see this guy as he matures, how he comes along, and I think he could work towards catching up with the calf ahead of him. But for today, he's just a little farther behind, and that works to his disadvantage. The white calf coming around third is one that kind of comes and goes for me. Sometimes he wants to get a little down-headed, maybe a little rigid in his spine and up in his tail head. When he kind of relaxes and goes a little bit, some of those things fall together a little bit better. I'd just maybe like to see him powered up a little bit and see him more consistent about the carriage of his spine to get him up with those top two. And we're rounding out the class with a bull that's really green, a little square-headed kind of a bull. I would just like to see a little more look of a doability in him, a little more flexibility and looseness when he goes to cover his track more easily, especially at this youthful stage. But a nice long-bodied bull that the young man brought. Give these bull calf exhibitors a nice round of applause. They've done a nice job for us.
And congratulations to Andy Kirst with number 245, RCC Northern Lights 1N. And second place to Gabriella Cott with her entry, Gableton Farms Neo Jagger 1N. In third place, CLL Vanilla Ice. And in fourth place, KTC Newt Ginger Nuts. Those were the entries of Claire White and Colton Harrison. Reading from the top down, Class 5C, 243 is second, 244 is third, 245 is first, and 246 is fourth. We have one bull joining us in the yearling-owned division. It's the entry of Braden Mills, Edensville Megatron 6M, and we'll let our judge give a few comments on this bull.
Nice single entry bull that the gentleman's brought out here for us. A big testicled, rugged bull, a lot of foot underneath him. I like he's got a really nice masculine polled head. Good muscular bull, really nice and rugged. We'll look forward to seeing him back out here in the overall competition shortly. Give this young man a round of applause. He's brought a really nice shorthorn bull out for us to look at.
So we'll bring in our calves, 245 and 243, to join our yearling bull entry in this open division. And our judge will select his pick of those.
I think we have some rugged, practical bulls coming out here in the owned division for champion. I really like both of these quite a lot and think that they have a lot of industry usefulness in terms of just how much foot and bone they have. They're loose structured cattle. They've got some muscle and some mass to them, and they've got the kind of performance that's going to make the pounds that are so valuable in today's market. I'm going to take a look at these bulls, but these guys have come out here, put a lot of work into them. Pay them off with a wonderful round of applause. They've done a nice job today.
And our judge has chosen our yearling bull as his number one. That's the entry 247, Edensville Megatron, the entry of Braden Mills. And then our bull calf 245, RCC Northern Lights, the entry of Andy Kearse. And we'll move on to our bred and owned division of bulls. We will be starting with the bull calves. That is class 5E. Have I got it right? Overall for the it's overall for the own division. Yeah, but is there one for everybody? Yeah, there will be. Yeah. Sorry, 258. Ones we have. I'm going to tell Martha I keep thinking she has a clown nose on. So it takes all kind of volunteers to make this show work. I'd like to thank Martha Henshaw, who drove all the way down from hours up north to honk a horn for cows to put their ears forward. It all counts, Martha. Thank you.
Go ahead and pull him around. Follow Rex. Have kind of an age disparity at the top end of this class. As I'd mentioned earlier, in the heifers at this age, a month or close to 2 sure makes a difference in the look and maturity level of them, because it's a big percentage of their life so far. The young lady's calf I'm going to lead with, I really like in terms of his structure. We saw him on his mother earlier, and I liked him then, still do. He's really a long spine bull, really loose in his structure. I like the way he carries his top when he goes. He's relaxed in his spine, really good in all of his joints, has a lot of flex and cushion. That's going to be an awfully nice calf. It'll be fun to see him mature. The white calf is just striking. He's massive. He's got a lot of stifle. He's got a lot of top. He's got a lot of rib. I like his base width. I think he wants to turn out a little bit on his front feet. Some of that reads into his shoulder, and I think we see it back into his loin being a little tighter as kind of all those pieces work together, but not to an extreme amount. That's an awfully good, awfully striking bull calf that's going to make some really nice calves in terms of phenotype down the road. The young lady's calf coming around next is a little plainer looking version of the calf that wins the class. He gets a little less attractive about his head, doesn't fit his shoulder and neck together as nice as that calf. But I like his size, I like his growth. It looks like he's going to have some performance to him. Just a nice, solid, productive bull. Another calf coming around that wants to get up in his top a little bit. He's a little tighter in his forerib than the calf ahead of him. I think that's what really broke that pair apart for me, is the other calf was a little more genuine coming out the back side of his shoulder. Nonetheless, this is an awfully attractive calf, a lot of style to him. Young man's doing a nice job showing him. The big frame bull of the class is coming around next. With that, he gets a little bit flatter and wants to get a little more upright in his hock when the young man asks him to go. But a big outline, big performance red bull that the young man brought out. And we're closing the class out with probably the bull that has about as harsh a look as any in the class, wants to get a little shorter strided than some. Nonetheless, he's attractive about his front 1/3. The young man's doing a nice job with him. We have a nice class of bulls here, and let's pay these kids off with a nice round of applause.
Reading from the top down, in the previous class 5E, number 249 was first, number 250 was fifth, 252 was sixth, 253 was fourth, 254 was second, and 255 was third. Now we have in our ring our bred and owned yearling bulls. And we have an addition in this class, 272 DJL Flash 1M, the entry of DJ Lawrence, and 257 is a scratch. Sorry. That's okay. 272?
That's some nice yearling bulls that have come into the ring here for consideration. I kind of like this moderate frame bull to start with. It has a little bit of extra muscle shape, a little extra bone to him, and I think a little better foot than the bull in second. The bull in second wants to flatten out a little bit by comparison, but our class winner, I think, playing long enough in his spine, where I'd like to soften him up in his flank a little bit. It would be probably where I would really like to pick on him a little bit, make him a little more stable on his hind leg as he goes. Calf coming in second, I love the way that he moves. He gets out and goes really well. I would like to power him up a little bit in relation to his frame. That's a big frame bull, and I'd like to see a little more power to go along with that. But a really flexible bull gets out and goes really nicely. And we conclude the class with probably a bull that's a little bit plainer in terms of his balance, but nonetheless, he's a nice masculine kind of a bull, grown out well for the young lady in terms of his length. Nice trio of bulls that we have to represent the yearlings here in this particular division of Shorthorns. Give them a nice round of applause.
And our first place goes to entry number 256, BLM Razor 4M, the entry of Elizabeth Lockhurst. Second place, entry number 272, DJL Flash 1M, the entry of DJ Lawrence. Rounding out the class, Boothville Maverick 1M, the entry of Sydney Martin. And so we'll bring back our first and second placings in the bull calf group. That's 249 and 254, as well as the two yearling bulls, and we'll ask our judge to select the champion and reserve bred and owned yearling bulls. And following this class, we will have our grand champion bull across all three divisions, the open division, the owned division, and the bred and owned division.
What a nice set of bulls we've seen that these young people have raised and kind of reared from right out of the womb here. So they've been around these for a long time, and they've done a nice job of developing them. Hats off to you, to young people here in the association, for taking on a project like this and for starting from the very beginning with it. I think that the quality of the bulls in this division is really good. They're rugged. They've got some usefulness to them. Going to be a lot of fun to see what the young people make out of them as they go into some breeding seasons. Give these bred and owned exhibitors a nice round of applause. I'm going to show you the bulls that I like the best myself.
Congratulations to our champion bred and owned, number 249, coming out of our calf group, CLL Booger Brown, the entry of Claire White, and our reserve 256, the entry of Elizabeth Lockhurst with BLM Razor 4M. So we're looking for our top 2 champion and reserve bulls from the open division, the owned division, and now the bred and owned division, those 6 bulls to come into the ring for our grand champion overall in our bulls division. So we are calling back into the ring numbers 238, 242, 247, 245, 249, and 256.
I think the respective division champions that we have out here are sure impressive, and they'll lend some quality to the shorthorn cow herd here in Canada with their contributions. I like how rugged these bulls are. I think we found some good structured cattle to use at the top, and I think that these young people should be commended for bringing out such a nice set of bulls. Give them a nice big round of applause. I'm going to show you what I like, but you guys make sure and congratulate all these kids as you see them back throughout the day.
Congratulations to our champion overall bull, number 238, coming out of our calf division. It's the entry of Nicholas Dempsey, Shady Brook, PL Decision 1N. And second going to 249, the entry of Claire White, CLL, Booger Brown 205N. Entering into the ring, we have our Shorthorn Plus division. This is Class 6A, heifer calves born in 2025. One of the junior showmen was giving a speech yesterday, and I was listening to them and explained to me that Shorthorn Plus, the plus does not mean that for $19.99 a month you get the extra special service.
Nice set of Shorthorn Plus heifer calves here to lead off this particular division. I think that a pretty handy place to start with the young lady's solid red heifer. She's not the thickest, she's not the widest based, but I think she's the most complete. When the young lady asks her to go, I like the flexibility, I like her femininity, I like how flat-shouldered she is. The high-performance roan heifer the young lady has coming second isn't quite as smooth coming into that transition out of her shoulder into her forerib as the calf that wins the class, but I do like the growth. I like her muscle. Calf that's probably getting a little bit harder to show. These young calves can be a challenge until we get them out a few times. The young lady does a nice job with an awfully good heifer. The black heifer that we have coming around here, the young lady's doing a great job with. I love the rib shape in her. I like the way that her feet hit the ground. She's flexible down there. She's getting a little tighter up in her spine. Her tail head sits a lot higher in her. That's kind of what separates her from her and the heifer in second. Nonetheless, this young lady's doing an outstanding job, did really good. We talked about being kind of difficult showing calves. Sometimes we bring them to town and they get hollowed out. That kind of looks to be the case with the heifer rounding out our class. She's a little frailer boned, but I would just like to see her filled up, have a softer look to keep with the heifers above her, but a nice long spine female. It'll be nice to see how that one develops for this gentleman as he moves down the road. Give these youth that started off our Shorthorn Plus show a nice round of applause.
And congratulations to our winner, number 259, Croftdown Miss Leah 31N, the entry of Shelby Crawford. Second place to CLL Dreamcatcher 103N, the entry of Claire White. Third to CLL Betsy 202N, the entry of Madeline White. And fourth, BLM Reba 3N, the entry of Alexander Chevalio. Reading from the top down, number 259 was first, number 260 was fourth, number 261 was third, and number 262 was second. We now have in the ring our yearling heifers in the Shorthorn Plus division. In this 6B class in the ring, we have a scratch with 263, and we have an added entry 130, Wernacres Gwendolyn 420.
Wow, what a trio of heifers we have in the older division here of our Shorthorn Pluses. These are high quality cattle, no matter what color, kind, or percentage they are. They're the kind that work in a lot of different environments, but they are certainly striking in this environment of the show ring. I think that the heifer that comes to the top for me, you hate to say in a trio of heifers this good, there's one that does it easily. She does the most of the best for me. I like the way that she gets out and goes around the ring, especially given the extra mass, the rib shape, the durability that she has. I like the way that her head, neck, and shoulder fit together. She has femininity for a really nice type of a brood cow. Coming in second, we can pull the third out too. We'll talk about those two together. I think that there are a lot of similarities in these heifers. They're both heifers that are extremely long-spined. It's what kind of breaks them down for me. I like the structure of the hip and hind leg on the young lady's black and white heifer better. She wants to travel around a little easier. I think she's a little truer from her hooks back, from her pins to the ground. Not quite as sweeping of an underline or as soft a look as the heifer that wins. Awfully high-quality heifer. The red heifer in third, here's one that is, all day long we've been liking heifers like her. I would like to pick up her pin set a little bit, maybe give her a little more fullness in her twist, a little more of an assuredness off of her back leg as she goes compared to the two above her. That's a phenomenal female, though, rounding out those top three exceptional heifers. We've got a very broody heifer coming around in fourth. Lots of rib shape in this gal, lots of depth. I like her flexibility when she goes. She doesn't quite have the show ring look of the heifers ahead of her up through her front end. Tail head wants to sit a little high. Nonetheless, I think that's a very productive heifer. We flatten out a little bit into the next heifer, but when you get her on the silhouette, this young lady gets her shown so well that she gives such a beautiful look from the side. I like how straight line she is. I like how flexible she is. Kind of want to power her up a little more to keep up with the heifers ahead of her. Young lady, you do a really nice job with an awfully good heifer. We're coming around a little coarser made heifer that doesn't balance up as the one ahead of her quite so well. She gets a little deeper in her chest floor, tighter into her flank. Still a heifer that moves well out of her hip. She's got some muscle shape to her. She has some upper rib cage. I think there's a lot of production there. The young man's blue roan that we see next, she gets a little tall in relationship to her depth for me, a little longer legged, a little harsher look to her. Nonetheless, I'm going to say that I like the muscularity she carries down the top side of her skeleton as much as many of them in the class. And when you get behind her, she really does have the wedge shape. I'd just like to deepen her up a little bit for her height. And we have the heifer that probably gets in the most trouble in terms of being compositionally correct, rounding out the class. Getting a little advanced in terms of her condition, a little deeper in her chest floor. She is, however, still very flexible, got a lot of rib shape, and a nice moderate framed heifer that's going to go out and be a productive, low maintenance type of a cow. Give these Shorthorn Plus exhibitors a big round of applause. That was a whale of a class.
And congratulations to our winner, number 266. Wernick Acres, Lucy 403, the entry of Isabella Forbes. In second place, we have Head for the Hills, Rihanna, the entry of Kara Doggett. Third place, Wernick Acres, Gwendolyn 420, the entry of Lacey Wernicke. In fourth place, Shady Brook, Veronica Plus, 8M, entered by Rosemary Belanger. Fifth, MCC Magnolia with Bear McClashin. 6, LWCC Stevie Nicks, Abby McMullen. 7, ACC Blue 48M from Andy Kerse. And 8, NVF Mabel 3M, the entry of Faith Atkinson. Reading from the top down, number 264 was 6th, number 265 was 5th, 266 first, 267 7th, 268 2nd, 269 4th, 278 and 130 3rd. And we have called back in our first two placings in the Shorthorn Plus heifer divisions, numbers 259, 262, 266, and 268. And as our judge is taking a moment to assess these and pick his grand champion female in the Heifer Plus division, we just like, on behalf of the whole team here to extend our sincere thanks to Jeff and Stacy Stump for the excellent show judging they have done over the past 2 days. Jeff and Stacy yesterday really took the time to spend with all the exhibitors, help them see where they could continue to grow in their showmanship. We sincerely appreciate it. It's apparent how much they believe in youth livestock programs and the importance of them in the development of our agricultural youth. And today, Jeff has continued on really laying out his logic for his selections throughout the confirmation classes today and really bringing out some great explanations on his rationale for his winners, and we sincerely appreciate all the work he has done, and a nod to their daughter Clara, who's been hanging in and was my helper yesterday. So big round of applause for our judges over the last 2 days, please.
Well, thank you, Nancy. We really appreciate that. And thanks to everyone involved with the show for having us up. This has been an absolute joy for me. I'll speak for the girls. They've had a great time. Clara's enjoyed the show. Stacy has too. Stacy was lucky enough to get to interact with a lot of the kids in the Canadian Association over the last couple of days. And I know she made the comment last night. She said, gosh, everybody is so polite, so welcoming. You've been great hosts. Your hospitality is second to none. The only thing that might be second to is the set of youth that you raised. And I hope that you guys are all very proud of these young people because they work hard. They do a great job of not only exhibiting cattle, but you can see the life skills compounding in them. These are going to be future leaders, not only in the agricultural industry in Canada, but in Canadian, hopefully not politics. I hope for better for these kids. But I sure think they're going to be leaders in their communities, in their country, and in businesses in years to come. What they're learning here, the foundation is outstanding. So give every one of these exhibitors a big round of applause. Thank you again. I'm going to go and pick you a champion in reserve out here. Excellent set of cattle. I love this plus division today.
And our winner goes to number 266 from our yearling class division, Warnacres Lucy, shown by Isabella Forbes, and our reserve to Head for the Hills Rihanna, shown by Clara Doggett. That concludes the Shorthorn Plus female show. We have a couple of more animals, I believe, for the judge to take a look at. We have a couple of other animals for our judge to take a look at. This is a Shorthorn Plus bull calf born in 2025, exhibited by Jolene Quinn, CBF Night Moves 1N.
Young lady brought us a really nice single entry in our shorthorn bull calf division. I like the muscularity of this calf. He's already showing nice masculine character up through his front end. That's a really nice bull calf, one that I think is a great representative of what shorthorn influence can do for the young people up here. Nice job, young lady. Let's give her a nice round of applause. That's an awfully nice calf.
And we have one Shorthorn influenced yearling steer, Karen Lee's Hennessy 7H, exhibited by Carly Watson.
Well, I like this blue roan shorthorn influence steer that we have for the show today. I think he's really clean pattern, good cutability kind of a steer. Has nice muscle shape to him, but he's really good structured, really smooth. I think a really nice representative to show how we can kind of clean some things up with the right breeding decisions. But a very pretty steer, has a nice presence. The young lady's doing a great job and has him presented beautifully. Give her a nice round of applause for bringing a steer out here for us to get a look at today.
And that concludes our show for 2025 Youth Shorthorns National Show. The banquet will start at 6 p.m. this evening up in the hall just above the hill here, just heading slightly to the west. And don't forget, we have a auction and live and a silent auction. It's the Commonwealth building that we will assemble in for this evening's program. See you there.